Hello, there we go. Let's see if we can tweak the sound a little bit of the headset before I get started. So, testing, testing. So, testing, testing. Welcome, Cicero. Not really, but I did recently. Not really, but I did recently. Echo. Okay, so I recently formatted my PC, reset everything. I'm guessing it messed with my settings. So yeah. Cool to see you stopping by. Great. I have some background music playing, but it's so low I don't think you can hear it on the stream. But I think I will fix it, or you can hear it a little? Okay, okay. Otherwise I'll just fix it for next stream. Okay. Well, this week is all about preparing for the project to scale and moving towards making playtest version that people can play. So step one is right now my enemies and my weapons, they are modular, like they have parts in them, like movement, health, and attacking, all of these parts. But I don't have a basic template, which is gonna be everything that is shared between all enemies, everything that is gonna be shared with all weapons. So I'm gonna make these templates So when I make a new enemy, it's basically gonna be half done already with just the template. So with a few adjustments, I've gotten a long way into creating a new one. This also has the great effect when you scale your project and have like 10 different enemies, that when you figure out like a better way for movement for your enemies, we can simply change the template and all the enemies will be changed at once. So I don't have to redo it 10 times. That is one part of the scaling, adding everything that I need into the pools. For the bit more technical people, that's basically it's a optimization thing. When when you prepare things like projectiles and weapon effects in pools, you basically preload the effect or the missile, and then when you instantiate it, when you launch the missile, for example, in game, it is already preloaded and there's no computational needs, like there's no cost almost to just making it and sending it, because it's already exists in memory. So yeah, that's a pool. So with the templates pools, I will then create a way to upgrade the weapons, make one boss enemy, and then set up a little bit of gameplay. Setting up a little bit of gameplay will entail things like making sure the gameplay loop makes sense, exists. Like you go mine the iron ore, you have a place to spend the iron ore. You have a wave timer with enemies coming in, and you defend your crystal. And you get to play at least like 5 to 10 minutes to get a feel of the game. So that is the final goal of the week. And with that, I think we can get started on top with the area target selector. This is a scene that is going to be used for logic of basically both finding and setting targets for my weapons and missiles. So we're gonna use a large collision zone around the player, which keeps track of the enemies inside. And this collision zone is it's basically the range of each weapon. And once we have the list of eligible targets, enemies inside range, we can then add some logic, such as target the closest enemy, target the most healthy enemy, and things like that. So that is all a part of area target selector. The goal: calculate and return target. Find food. So do already have some existing logic of this that we might get to reuse. We did make a missile launcher. Here's an area 3D of that. It's not much to it, so just make it from scratch. 3D. Type area with a collision shape. Sphere. Here, scripts. Put it a new folder in weapons called templates, and this one is gonna be area target selector. Oh, the functions. We're gonna use range flow. Copy this, I suppose. So export variable, lock on possible. Some weapons should be able to lock onto specific enemy hitboxes and others should not. So that is what that variable is. Targeting method. Enum, which is gonna that basically should we target the closest, furthest, healthiest, random boss enemy, whatever. Let's check the syntax on this. So we go Chrome. And we get our trustworthy ChatGPT. See here, delete that, Godot. So it's always a good idea to start the ChatGPT conversation with some rules it should follow. Like what version of Godot you're using, what kind of scripting you're using. Check the syntax in the official documentation, things like this. Here. Can you help me with syntax for declaring an enum? There we go. Now, random targeting. I think that's a pretty interesting float that I have here. Yeah, I got the idea from Megabunk, which does something similar, where basically if you have a lot of weapons, missiles and things like that, and you only target the closest enemy, everything will like fly on the enemy and you might overkill it by 1,000. And it doesn't feel so good always to have everything target one enemy. But at the same time, you might want to kill the closest enemy most of the time. So what you can do, have this random targeting float. A player can tweak it with like a slider in options. And you can set like 50 to the random targeting. So 50% of the time, the weapons will shoot a random target. And 50% of the time, it will shoot depending on the targeting method you set, such as closest, furthest, like that. Okay, maybe I just need to declare it like this. No. Ah, it's actually... So this will probably work, but do I need to export it? Let's think. No, it's fine. Closest, furthest, healthiest. Or I should say highest health. Yeah, random, of course. It's a built-in function using range. Okay, so weapon range then. That should do it for the variables, for now at least. Calculate target. Hmm. Can I use? Yes, targeting method. Good. Now we want to make sure we connect, we create a list of eligible targets. So eligible targets, an array. An array is like a list. Pretty much. Template. Did we call it area target selector? On body enter. So this is called. This is going to be called when someone enters the collision zone, an enemy. We do have this code somewhere. Should be probably here. Body enter. Right. First we add the enemy that entered as eligible target. And then we connect to the enemy's death signal so that if the enemy dies, we can remove him from the list of eligible targets. Pretty simple. Now, when an enemy exits, I think I will be using character body 3Ds for my enemies. All right, so when enemy exits, then we want to erase the body from the list so that we don't shoot the targets outside the range. Also, we don't have to listen to the death signal anymore. On body, exited, like that. These are all a part of setting eligible targets. Should also have a lock on on target. Let's see. That should target a specific hitbox of the enemy, so that's area 3D. Okay. On body enter, yes. Body exit, yes. And on that signal, these are all done. So then we're almost done to like gather all eligible targets. The lock on target we still have to fix. We are using a signal bus. This one. Target and peer ID. Okay. Target and peer ID. So the peer ID is the identifier of a specific player or client. The server starts as the authority of the node that we have, the weapon node. So in the range, what we can do is export variable player, character body, let's see, signal bus, connect to the signal, lock on target, which should run function set lock on target. Like this, I believe. And set lock on target. Lock on target equal target. So this should only run for the signal is gonna go everywhere to everyone. So you have to make sure that if player 2 locks on the target, only the lock on target only updates for player 2. In ready, we can access the player node name and convert it to an integer and set peer ID to that. We only want the server to control these things, so we're gonna set if multiplayer, if not multiplayer is server, just get out of here. Now we can say if peer ID equals, well, let's rename it. Sender peer ID. If sender peer ID is equal to peer ID, we do this. It's maybe better to do. Don't do anything if it's not the correct sender, because then we can add more stuff below here without an extra indentation like this. Good. We'll place this. We place it under eligible targets. I suppose so. Good. Right now, this on body enter, on body exit it is not. We're not gonna do anything yet because I haven't actually hooked up the signal when the enemy enters. I believe. Let me check how it works when I set it directly on the area 3D node. I have an area 3D node. I want to connect to its signal for body enter. How do I do that? It's probably gonna be like connect on body enter. And then the function name behind. So when I am going to connect to the signal of the area 3D node where script lives already. Health. I can do body entered. Connect. Like this. Oops. Like this, of course, yes. Good. So, did we call it on body enter? That's good. Not declared. Bit surprised that didn't work, to be honest. But it is complaining about the on-body entered. Wait, isn't it like this? Connects body entered. Is ChatGPT lying to me? I think it should be like this, to be honest. Anyways, let's see. We should connect to body exited. Like that. And in the... Let's organize this a little first. Signals. Variable setup. So this collision shape right here. We're gonna reference it and change the size based on what the range we are setting, the weapon range. Player node, weapon range. Collision shape, 3D. Range zone, I guess. Good. Yes, with that reference we can do range zone dot. Is this scale we're gonna use? Let's see if I have the same kind of setup here. Tape radius. Yo, QRT, welcome back. It's better to use signal name connect, function name without parentheses. So body enter dot connect, function name. Or, okay, and or if the signal is in another object, then object variable dot name, object variable name, signal name connect. All right. Is there a specific reason why it's better to do it like that? The body entered connect function name like this. Body entered connect exited. Like that. Okay. Signal bus. Lock on target. Changed. Let's see. Signal bus. Yes, lock on target changed. Connect. Lock on target changed. Lock on target change is not declared. So what did we call it? Set lock on target. Yes. Easier to read. It's a preference thing. How easy it is. Okay. I guess once you're used to one way of reading it, then it's difficult to read the other version. Yeah, I get it. So how does it look the other way? You do the connect first the other way. This way you immediately see it's a signal here. Signal name and then target function. See the other way. The other way you put the function name first, or the signal name rather, then connect. It's a bit easier to read that this is what the function you connect to it. Then the fact that it's a signal comes a little later. It's quite equal, but I can see why you chose this preference. Yep, I'll do it as well. So, where were we? Weapon range, yes. Set the range zone to the weapon range. That should be the setup. We have to calculate target. We did already have at least one calculation in our first setup. This is done, this is done. Alright, so it's this part. It's setting the target or calculating the target, whatever. The last method detects if you made a typo, because the signal text in the previous method is only tested at runtime. Really? Does that go with when I connect to the signal bus as well, I wonder? Probably not. But if I do it like here, then I can see it. Yeah. So local signals, it will detect errors immediately. Yeah. That's handy. All right. If we have a, so this is a general script. So first I have to check if we're using a lock-on target, I guess. In this kind of weapon, lock-on possible. If lock-on possible, and we have a lock-on target, we can target the lock-on. Lock-on target is null. There we go. Okay. We don't have to listen to the signal at all if lock-on is not possible, so we should do the connecting the signal like this. Okay. The lock-on target is only going to change if lock-on is possible, otherwise it will be null. We can do it like this. Target lock-on basically checks if it's in range, if I remember correctly. Now we change target type to an enum. Closes. Okay, so that's not how I check it. It's something like targeting method dot closes. Something like that. Is this how I check if targeting see I have an enum like this. I didn't work much with enums, but I think they're handy because like the last method detects if you made a typo. I think the enums as well is good for that instead of using strings. How can I check? Can I use these enums to set the targeting method and variable and check what enum type it is? Maybe we have to make a second variable or something. So we make a variable of type targeting method, which is the enum. Okay. and then we change that. All right, targeting method. So you use AI for testing errors. And a writing assistant for code, yeah. Well, I suppose it's a bit different when you know the code a bit better, because I have to learn the syntax and I have to focus on learning. So I should do it a bit more manually. Sometimes I give the AI how do you call it? You give it the code in a high level format, without the syntax. How is it called again? Pseudocode? Yeah. Sometimes I give it a full list of pseudocode of everything I want, and then I go through and understand it afterwards. That's a way to do it as well. There's many ways to use it, indeed. Now I'm still wondering how. If I'm gonna change the targeting method from outside the script, can I still do that without using strings now? Does this enum only exist locally, I suppose? And I haven't decided whether I want weapons to be able to choose different targeting types as well. I think I will, because it might be very handy to set the heavy hitting weapons to hit the highest health, and then rapid firing weapons to hit the lowest health, for example, to optimize DPS, not get too much overkill damage, things like that. If an outside script connects to this node, how would the function look to change targeting method? True. Maybe I make some fun over damage skills. I didn't think about that. So here it says to use the targeting method enum, but would I have to, like, enums are not global, or are they? a global script. Okay. Only if you have not assigned a class name to the enum class. Otherwise, I can access it with class name enum name, enum number name. I can make a enum class. Thinking what I should name this, something like, can I name it resources maybe? Can keep things like the signal bus and the references. Make enums class, something like that. see. We declare a class name like this. See, let's clean up these scripts. Like that. Let's move the enum here. Use enum class dot targeting method. See. There we go. Now I should be able to assume that I can use the enums anywhere. Targeting method. Targeting method can be type enum class dot targeting method. And then we can set like this. Should probably start with the send year ID. And I can use signals easier. In ready signals, add signal from UI to set targeting method. Now it's ready for later. So if targeting method is enum class targeting method dot close, like that, then could probably do a match as well. Match targeting method. Only thing I don't like about this setup is that there's a lot of text instead of just doing like closest if it's a string. But maybe it's maybe it's better for not making mistakes. These are the simplest bots. But there are bots that come in, say hello, post a few emojis, ask how you are, and then never say anything again. And on the connected channel, you can see someone playing. The game is recorded in a loop. The camera content is AI generated. Wow. Impressive. Crazy bots. There's going to be a lot of AI streams on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere eventually. Sure, there already are a lot. Target position. Weapon range. We have no targets available. Skip this. And that's gonna be here. When we add more methods, we don't have to check any of them if there are no targets to pick from. Right, so this script is set up to target the main body of the enemies. And access their hurt box. There is also, then these are correct, they get the character body 3D, that's the main node, the root node of the enemies. I'm not sure, do you mean for this one specific script? I suppose? I'm going to add this node to one of my already working weapons when I'm done with it, and then start testing it. Basically when I'm done with the targeting. The method other than closest is also for the future, because I'm not changing targeting method right now. So there we go. But I think I might be pretty much done, maybe. What are these scripts currently doing? They're setting target. Let's see. Checks possible targets and return target or null. If we find a target, we should return a target. Each of these ones. That's the target. Yeah. When it's done doing that shit, just we found target, return target, else return null. Yeah, I can see that QRT. It's a good idea to test as much as possible, indeed. So I think I'm ready to test it. I have to just add this new scene to my weapon. And then try to call that target and tweak the exported variables, I guess. So let's try it. We go to the player, missile launcher. Now we add area target selector. We add the player here. These are assigned in-game. Here we can change the targeting method. Okay, nice. Oh, that's handy. Oh, that's good. This I really liked about the enum. But I'm a bit curious. Ah, right. So even though I didn't declare the enum in this script, it's able to set it in the inspector because it recognizes the enum from the class. It's really cool. Okay. Lock on possible yet. Weapon range. Let's put it 30. Okay. So this is the... I'm gonna replace this. I'm gonna save the old script. First make a copy, I guess. Missile launcher. Missile launcher. Let's see. You have to duplicate it, maybe. Okay. And then we just name it old missile launcher. And if you make a change in this one, it doesn't change in the old one. Perfect. All targeting happens in that script. Range is also set in that script. Maybe I should keep the range export here. And then set it on ready. area target selector. Range zone. The range zone. And weapon range. Okay. I like that. I like having the range on the weapon. So all the weapon variables can be set here. Alright, so I still need the target. This I don't need anymore. This I got. This I got. This I got. This I got. Now basically all of this is gonna live on the subnode of targeting. Ooh, yeah, raid. What is this? Welcome, guys. Hello. Ooh, yeah, raid. Never got in a raid before. Thank you. Yeah, the cat is cute, indeed. First raid, yep, it is. 9 Trials of Whisker is a glorious name. I did like the name, yeah. That's a lot of fun. Thank you, guys. We're currently trying to make a weapon template. I had a working missile launcher, but I'm gonna make more weapons in the future, and I want to make a template. So we've been working on the target selection right now. Which is it's using like a collider to set the targets as they enter and leave the collider. I also have a lock-on system, which some weapons will use. And I've planned for the future to have different methods of targeting, like the closest or highest health, things like that. Could you tell me what is a Fodian game? Because I am not sure what that means. All right, Booyah. Thanks for the raid, man. See you. One of those rage-inducing platformers where you have to get to the top, and if you fall, there's a long way down. It is somewhat like that. If you ever tried the world hardest game, that was a big inspiration. So it is maybe harder than a lot of those Fodian games, but the deaths are less punishing. So you have shorter levels, like the respawn point is not very far away, but at the same time the levels are harder. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. I think I maybe made it too hard because out of like not many people own the game, like 30, 40 people, but only one person finished it so far. So yeah, a bit difficult, at least on hard mode. Ah, it's Bennett Foddy. That's funny. You like the look of the game? Thanks. Thank you. Well, I suppose it's time to fail gloriously with the missiles. See what is working and not. range on the object nil. Okay, so this one needs this one. Done. Main hurtbox node on the base object character body. Right. So the collider needs to go on enemies. Then it's mask, I suppose. Yes. Okay. Okay, that works pretty well. It was a lot of reused code, so yeah, seems to be working for both of them. All right. The transition to Godot, oh, I liked it a lot. I think it's easier to set up communication between nodes in Godot compared to between objects in Unity. And the only coding I ever did at school was 1 month of Python, and that's it. So this is a bit more similar to Python, so it was a bit easier to get started. But yeah, there's a lot of things I like about Godot. And it wasn't a hard transition either. It's very similar to Unity in a lot of ways with the inspector and the whole setup here with the inspector, the main scene, and the scene over here. I suppose if you have been dedicated to C# a long time, then you might as well. But if you don't have a dedication to C#, I think GDScript is probably easier. Maybe it's more readable as well. I would say so. Okay. And these we didn't set up yet. But that's fine. These can be for later. Homing projectile template, or maybe I should make more of a weapon template as well. With this, if I change the missile scene and the launcher mesh, I think I basically have a weapon template for homing missile weapons. C# is more AI promptable, and I actually prefer C-like languages to strict indentation. Do you also use GDScript? Interesting. I suggest if you struggle a lot with like AI is not as good with C#. That is true. But at least you can make it a little better by adding something to your prompt in the beginning of each conversation, which is like Godot version you're using, that you're using GDScript, and make a few requirements that either trick or force the AI to look up the mechanics it's using and the code it's using in the documentation of Godot, so that it's like double checks itself because it makes so many errors. It helps a little bit, at least. Weapon template. I guess homing. It's more general than that. Weapon template. Only need to change weapon mesh and missile type projectile. Let's check. Okay, we can add it to weapon templates. You use too much C at work, and you make games to unwind. The GDScript at least doesn't feel like work. Yeah, I know. Separating work and the hobby it's a good idea. I've heard about people who work with home offices and stuff that have their own desk for work and their own desk for playing as well. Like, it makes sense that you want to separate it like that. So delete the old targeting here. Double check it's still working. Good. Then GD scene, weapon projectile, weapon template. Add. Okay. And we just rename these. Projectile scene. Weapon mesh. Alright, and then place it under here. Remove this. Okay, so using this method, I do have to turn on editable children to set the player, but that's fine. Yeah, I think that does it. Let's go to the next step here. Homing projectile template. All right. Yeah, I can't wait to make the piercing homing projectile. I'm gonna show you guys how I discovered it. I think it's a very cool weapon. I don't know if you saw, don't remember his name from I'm not sure if he's in the Avenger movies, but he's in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. The guy with the blue guy that is like the dad of Will or whatever. The one that has arrow flying around that he whistles to control. I accidentally made a weapon similar to that one. When I was testing the missile launcher, here, missile. Basically what I did, I wanted to see if the retargeting was working properly, so that when an enemy dies, while the missile is midair, it should find a new target. So instead of like trying to make sure the enemy died while the missile was in the air, I just made the missile not explode on impact, just do the damage. If I can still do it here. Have to be something like this, I guess. Explosion node. All of this. I believe. On a few enemies. I have to tweak the C and tweak the turn speed a bit higher. There you go. So now the missile will the turn speed is still a bit silly, but the idea is that it's gonna fly from target to target and Like one missile is gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna have many of those flying around, but maybe one or two that is like flying around and making, like piercing all the enemies. I think it will be very cool when it's done and it's tweaked properly. We'll see. So, first of all, the current missile. It has should have some targeting functions as well, I think. Right. So the drift simply lets the missile run in a straight line until an enemy walks into its collider and explodes after 2 seconds if it didn't find an enemy. So find target. This is the one I have to consider changing. Okay, so this one I could access the range zone of the area target selector I made earlier. So instead of just targeting the closest one if the enemy dies, I could reuse this script to target like a specific enemy. See, what else do we got? We got a trigger area. So that detects the collision with the enemy. And the visuals, which is basically the mesh. So what is not a part of the template of a projectile, it's maybe these sounds. And then the visuals would be changed, of course. Yeah, let's just add the targeting scene and see how it feels here. So add area target selector. Now we would have to do yes, it's called the same here. Good. Range zone. And the question is, should we just make all of this a function in this one? So I'm trying to think about having the missile still be lightweight as well. Let's see. How is it called? Targeting method here. Set target. And we can just do target is range zone dot set target. So possible returns are either the target chosen based on whatever targeting method we are using, or it can be null. You might return null as well. Let's say that null is returned. You try find target. If null is returned, we're still not gonna have a target. Oh. All right, I see. We use had target last frame to see whether we should check the overlapping here. Okay. I see. Hmm. If you don't find a target, we set had target last frame to false. I wonder if I can like split screen to have the entire screen like one code section on the left and one code section on the right. So would be very handy in situations like this where I have to look through the physics process, how it's working, while I'm looking at another part of the code. Well, now they're next to each other. Yeah. We also have to make sure we set this to true if we do find a target. And this, let's see. This is a signal when the body enters the zone. But we should use the new zone we added. Okay, and then it's a question about the initialization of the range. Let's see, where does it say range? I suppose it's in initialize. Missile range. Let's see, how did I set the range here? Weapon range. Should change the shape. All right, I did change the shape. From the parents. Like that. What you can also do, which I maybe should have done, is use like a set get function on the range zone. On the weapon range. So that when I set the weapon range, I change the shape of the range zone to a different size. Guess I can do that still. Do I have like set get code somewhere? Let's see. We set it normally. And then weapon range equals value. And we can do range zone dot shape radius. Equal value. Okay. Looks correct. This is fine. This is fine. Now the idea is if we set the weapon range to another number like 20, then the weapon range is set to 20. And the radius of our collider is also set to 20. Just by changing the weapon range. So hopefully that works. So we can do dot weapon range equals missile range. Then we also used it here. Weapon range. And the code is a little easier. Let's see. Now I did make some changes, so this one should go. These should go. I just have to test now to see if I messed something up. Right. Invalid access to key name. Trace property nil. Right. It's this one. Player reference. When we initialize the missile, we pass the player reference. Right. What? Yes, it's in the area target. So in the ready, it looks for the player name. Now, since the area target selector is a child of the missile, it will initiate first. this. Maybe it doesn't run before ready then. Let's see. Player, missile launcher, init missile. Yeah, so here the missile is gonna ready up, and then the init missile will run. Can I do it like this? I wonder. Or will that cause errors? That will cause errors. Body entered. Well, that should be called on this one. Okay. Let's see. Errors. Yeah, it's a timing issue here. I think maybe the easiest will be to delay the script on the area target selector a little bit. The peer ID here. When is this used? Set lock on target. And change targeting method. Okay. Maybe we again could use I'm not sure how a set would work on an export like this. If I dragged in the player reference, would it then run the set? Can I use set get on export variables like this? And will it then correctly set the... Oh, but the name of the player object is not set before the game starts either, so this is a bit weird. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, I just have to make sure this doesn't run before everything is done setting up. You can probably do something like a deferred setup. Unless that will break some other timing. Could of course happen as well. Okay. So far the errors seem to be gone. Good. Okay, error, non-existent. Function set target in collision shape 3D. Okay, set target. Should run on the target selector. All right, now we're pretty close, I think. The missile is working again, so we do copy this template. We made a few changes, so we should just replace everything here. Impact effect scene. And we call this impacts. Impact effect. Add. I like that. Okay. Now this might look a little silly to like make a function to remove projectile and just have Q3 here. But I'm thinking if I use this template, the copied version, or like how do you do it? You make an inherited scene. So the inherited scene, I could add onto this. Like I could add something to do before I remove the projectile. Like on the missile, I will explode before I remove it. So that's why we do it like this. Oh no, did I change the wrong thing? Oh man. That's rough. Okay, this is the last version I had of the... This is the projectile weapon template. For some reason I was thinking I already made the projectile. Ay, 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 ay. The homing projectile. Template. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, okay, okay. Homing projectile. See. Now we're getting somewhere, I think. Not all projectiles will have a impact effect, so we skip it if it doesn't. We don't need so many print statements anymore. Those are mainly for debugging. Okay. 3 tasks done today. Next up, piercing homing projectile. Gunfire Reborn actually had a similar weapon as well, like a needle that you throw out, but it worked a little differently. In that game, the needle basically used the player's aim to know which target it should focus, but it was the same kind of projectile which pierced targets back and forth, back and forth. I hope after this week we get to the place where we can prepare a little playtest for my friends and see if they like the game. Maybe I will finally add a channel on my Discord for this game by the end of the week. And if any of you guys stick around until then, like, or just either if you either follow or if you just add the Discord server already, I'll make sure to add a new section for this game, and maybe I'll make a link or a playtest version if anyone wants to try it. Then, no. Well, let's first see if we get to the point where we actually have a playtest version by the end of the week. It might be a lot more work than I actually think to get it ready. One thing at a time. Piercing homing projectile. So it's very similar to the missile we already had, but there is some added logic. For example, imagine if we have a very large hitbox and the missile is setting the target to this large hitbox, but the turn radius is actually great enough that it stays inside the hitbox. It is then never gonna retrigger on body enter, meaning it will only do the damage once and the missile will stick inside the enemy until the enemy dies eventually by something else. Could of course make logic to do damage over time inside the target, but instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it so when the missile enters an area, it's gonna fly straight until it's not inside any areas anymore, and then it will return to targeting. Then I have to figure out what I want. I could either have it focus on one target, so it flies around and hits the same target over and over and over, or I could have it so that it swaps to a different target, the closest target, for example, every time it pierces. What this would do is that instead of flying around hitting the same target, it would be like more of a bouncing effect, where it bounces around between targets. It will still bounce between two targets like this. So version 1, the missile will be flying like this. Do we have a fill option here? So option 2, it's with 3 targets. It would be hitting the first target, going for the second target, and then if the first target is still closer, it will go back there. So it will be something like this. What I should probably do is make it this version first, where it just keeps targeting the same target, and if I feel like I want to change the targeting logic later, I should have that as a later project. Get the basics down first. That is often a good idea. So I suppose this is the first time we will get to test the template, which will be interesting. I never used a template like this before. So I suppose we start by creating an inherited scene. Like, if I delete these visuals, no, can't operate on nodes currency inherits from. Okay, so the visuals shouldn't be a part of the scene here then. Save, don't save. Save this. Inherited scene. And if I tweak the speed to, and I go back here, speed is still 1, that is good. But I suppose if I add anything here, it should add on the other one as well. Piercing, homing, projectile. Yep. So the script here is still homing projectile template. So if I add something, it will change the template. Now we can add a mesh. I add a trigger area as well. Kinda. On trigger area entered. So what I should probably do is okay, I think I know. How is this actually connected? On trigger area entered. Well, it's an area entered we're running, right? area 3D, yes. So how was it? We connect array enter dot connect this function. And then we make export variable trigger area. Like that. Okay. So now we can make a mesh. Cylinder. good enough for a test, I guess. Relationship, maybe we can just do the area, collision shape, trigger area, arrow collision shape, capsule, transform, and we try to make it similar to the one we already made here. 2 with 1y. No. The capsule. Use the cylinder, right? Yeah. Good. What is this circular area? It's the target selector, right? Non-uniformly scaled. Does it want me to do this perhaps? Add the scaling to the area. No? Let's bring up the current missile. Trigger area. It is scaled here. Okay, now I understand. probably have to change these values then. I would guess. Radius. Yeah, looks correct. Yes. No errors. Good. Now we can assign the trigger area here. So let's look at the code. Now the only issue is if I wanted different movement logic. Then I would have to replace this script, I assume. Either replace this script or make different types of movement and then just export movement type as a variable. I guess it's all about the targeting. Okay, so just one quick test before I add the actual weapon. I keep messing with these scripts. I just have to make sure nothing breaks. It's fine. Okay. Right, so here's another example of how one weapon might have different launch locations, while others may not. Kind of hard to grasp how to make these templates when you didn't do it before. Because then you do launch or global position. We can check if we have a launch array and pick random. And if we don't have it, then we can do like that. We could just do launch marker. Now let's ask our friend ChatGPT. How can I check if this node has the function launch array? Is it a function? It's no, it's an array, right? Yeah. If not, I guess. Yeah. There's an error if it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay. So it has property. That's how you check it. So either I have to remember to add. Does anyone know? Like, can I edit these things easy on inherited objects, or how do best practice work for templates? I just feel like there's so many times I want to edit small things in the template. It's hard to make like a global template with no changes whatsoever. Right. What a crazy mesh. Has property. Mm. That didn't work. Maybe I should just make a launch array and just assign the one marker I have. Moving projectile. This one script. Wait 1 second. Okay, so it's saying .get should be able to do it. And then we just do if we got the launch array, then do this. What we also could do, we could make the launch array exist on this one itself. But I'm not sure. Can we export an array like that? Something like this, and then we add all the launch options here. Then launch array, pick random, like that. I think so. Got to do something with this model, it's crazy big. See. A lista mesh. become tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Why did it end up down there though? It didn't make sense to me. Like that. Okay. Let's see, player. We just move. Move it a little bit. These positions are just placeholders anyways. I don't even have a mesh for the player yet, so. Apply hits, area 3D shield area, right. So, homing projectile. Piercing homing projectile. Trigger area. It should only collide with enemy hurt boxes. Yes. It seems like it's working a little bit, but it does not retarget. Doesn't find a new target. So blah blah blah. Physics. If target does this, if not target. If it had a target last frame. Had target last frame. Dodge as true. Finding target. Let's just see if this runs in the first place. And just so I don't have to move my character every time, let's do a big range. It's the range 200. Okay. Interesting that and worrisome that the range of the missile launchers seem to be very big now as well. Oh, das ist nicht gut. Eieiei. So I'm guessing what happens is that somehow the script setting the range applies to all the missiles. But oh wait, no, not the missiles. This one, area target selector. So these are connected. That is bad. I can't have that. Ay. Okay, well, bye-bye, I guess. Or can't I have to do... projectile weapon template. Have to remove this one. Yeah. These templates really didn't work out well for me, did they? Go to player. Piercing homing weapon. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now the area is gone, so we can do area target selector, like that. Oh, hopefully, if I put the range to 200 now, it only changes on this one. Key name and the base nil. Okay. Player. This one. Okay. Oh. There's a lot of debugging all of a sudden. Let's how it goes. Maybe I should have made classes then instead of templates. Might have been a better idea. Oh yeah, and then there was a question, does it show? It tries to find a new target. Finding new target. Okay, it does show that one. Okay, I think I see the issue. Yeah. So basically, they only find a new target if I spawn one after the target dies. That is my observation. Piercing homing projectile. Setting the target does area target selector dot set target. This one, set target. Sets the target to null. Prioritizes lock on target. Returns if there is no eligible target. Targeting method should be closest default. So this runs. For enemy ineligible target. And finally returns the target. So eligible targets. That must be, those are not updating as they should. Let's go to area, target, selector. Eligible target. They do append eligible targets on body enter. This area it should exist on the missile at all times, I believe. Okay. Let's do first one launch. Finding new target. Did not find target. That's correct. Oh. Now there should exist 2 targets. But it didn't. Using home a weapon template. Does this change anything? Target found null. Okay. I just turn off the missile for a second. Player. Does that work? No, that's not enough. That's just visibility. Hmm. what I like to do when things don't work like this. I try to figure out how far in the process do I get. I already know that I'm trying to run this function. So let's see, does it run? It runs setting target all the time. It's maybe not necessary. Yeah, it is, I guess. But the problem now is that this is running also on this is also running on the player node, so it's hard to make a difference from the missile and the player node. This is a bit of a silly workaround, but basically what I'm gonna do is set the piercing homing projectile area to test. Now, let's see. So what happened? On finding target, finding new target, finding target, looking for closest target. Okay, so it got here. So then can we print target after looking? Target. Let's see, did it find the target? No, it didn't. So it's target closest. It runs this function, but it doesn't find target. What we can also look for is current eligible targets. And this way we can see it did actually have eligible targets, but it didn't return any of them. So there's something wrong going on. I think I might know what it is. I think it might have something to do with the player reference. No, this is global position. Global position of this one, that should be found, right? Enemy global position should be found. We have eligible targets. The global position should be inherited from the piercing homing projectile. It's a node 3D, it should have global position. Distance 2. I guess a way we could look for errors inside this part is replace the function call with this one. And then start printing eligible targets. New closest found. Okay. Just double check this part. No, didn't set it, so okay. Did find a new print. new current closest. Print final current closest. This is crazy. Final current closest. Let's see if any of those runs. Final current closest is enemy. Character body. But this final current closest hurt box didn't run. Interesting. So then we go to the enemy. Check main hurt box. Ported variable. It is set. Main hurtbox node. Main hurtbox node. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. So the current closest is the enemy that just died, because he's still in the scene for a little bit. Yes. I am quite pretty sure. And the reason for that could be this. Either it's not erased, or either it's not erased, or the erase timing is so that he's first we try to find a new target and then we erase him from eligible target. Could be. So let's see. Yeah, exactly. Here we see that the erasing of the enemy happens after we try to find a new target. So that is indeed the problem. Now I could either make sure that we only loop through enemies that has the main hurt box. Probably that's easiest. We just say if enemy, if not enemy main hurt box. We return. Oh, did it just work? Wait. Definitely doesn't work. Return, but return is maybe not correct either. Is it continue? Should that matter though? Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Oof, it works. Okay. Good stuff. Look at it going. Piercing everything. Oh, that was difficult. That was a lot of print statements. Okay, so before we forget, piercing homing projectile area. Set the targeting to closest. Remove this. Print. Test anything here. Okay. So let's implement a fix down here. If not enemy main bird box node, continue. Yes. Very good. So that's one fix. Now, there was an issue with the range. If I changed the range of one weapon, it seemed to change the range of all weapons. That's not intentional. Let's see, player. Let's see, one is max range 1 and one is max range 30. Then is it gonna be 1 or is it gonna be 30? Probably 1 because that's how it worked last time. Yep. Exactly. And as we could see, it happened both for the missile launcher and the piercing homing weapon. this one overrides previous one. Let's see, if I place it down here, that should mean that this one runs before this one. Let's see if that matters, like the timing of it. That does matter, okay. So let's just double check to do it opposite. Yes. Okay. So how is the range set again? Range. A range zone is collision shape 3D. Interesting. And because now I'm on this one, yeah. Oh, that's good. No, that's good. Here. This is what I wanted to see. This one. Area target selector weapon range equals max range. Max range is what I have been tweaking here. Yeah? So it's the set get function, I guess. Maybe works a bit like a global thingy. Let's see. No, it shouldn't. Okay. So it's okay, resource. Hmm. Let's just do a test, all right? Area, target selector, dot range zone, ape. projectile weapon template. Projectile weapon template. Missile launcher. It just changes it both places. I think it has something to do. Didn't I make it an inherited scene or something? If we make a node, and we just call it piercing homing weapon. And then we add an ARIA target selector. We reuse this script over here. One. Projectile weapon template. One 30. So it overwrote it. Yeah. And that didn't work. Okay. So now this is, now I only added the script here. No, I didn't put the scene inside here at all. It shouldn't matter though. 100. Player. Range zone. Okay, that works. So having a shared script is fine. But the problem becomes either when I change these exported variables in the scene here, it changes it everywhere, or it's when this script runs and it changes weapon range, it changes it everywhere. I suppose. So I can check that pretty easy. Right now it has like 0 range. Do change the radius of the area target selector here. So if we change it to like 1, now we try to see, does the spawn projectiles here, are they still able to change targets? Because the changing of targets still uses the scene that we shared around. It does still change targets, as you can see. This is very curious though, right? But missiles as well still has range. Okay. All right, now I see it. Now I see it. So it goes. It doesn't change targets, and that's because we changed the max range of the of this one through the missile launcher. So maybe it's the fact that we changed the shape. Maybe that changes the shape everywhere then. on one instance of the scene, I use multiple places. I do. This is done and ready. And apparently this changes the suppose radius, the sphere size of the collision box in all scene instances. Hello, Psycatl. Welcome. How are you? So the shapes are resources. So by changing, even though I only change it on one of these guys, they use the same resource. So it would be like changing a mesh that is used multiple places, I think. I'm good. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. So either I just create separate area target selectors like I just did down here, or I make it so each one of these area target selectors just makes a unique shape, a unique collision box every every time they spawn. Can I now paste these? Delete this. Assign this. And then now I'm gonna see, are the missiles gonna bounce again? Hold on a second. Did I just recreate the problem by copy pasting maybe? What was the range on this? 1. Yeah. Okay, so delete. Create a new area 3D. I'm glad to hear it, Psycatl. I hope I will learn it. We'll have a long way to go. Missile launcher. Range. Collision. Sphere. This one. Area target selector. Try again. Okay, so this one is missing a few things. Player. Okay. Character body. Then we have to go to collider. Currently it found the player. That's not the best thing. Find the enemies. Okay, that one shot. And the missile didn't shoot. That's the first thing. Second thing is that it's actually able to bounce between targets. As we can see, it struggles with that. Now the missiles are probably going to shoot in melee, yeah. Good. So, let's go to our missiles. Remove area target selector. Create area 3D. Missile range zone. Add the collision shape in a sphere. Area target selector script. Here we can't assign the player. But we do have the range zone. And then the missile will have to assign the player here. Aria target selector player. So it does. Then we do the same thing for our homing missile. Homing projectile. Delete area target selector. See. There we go. Piercing, homing missile, range zone, collision shape, sphere, add area target, assign the zone, assign it here. Now I'm hoping the missiles will bounce again. Doesn't seem like they do, does it? Nah. Okay. Okay, it makes sense here. You have to do the shape, range, zone, shape, radius equals to missile range. That's for the piercing, homing missile, and then the missile. Okay. Main outbox on a node, character body 3D, ballista GD. Okay. So the new collision shape. Have to mask for enemy. Did I do that on the missile as well? Collision, mask enemy. Okay, it seems like it's bouncing now. Let's just take a closer look. Yeah. Now it goes always. See if it works in multiplayer as well. I see both the missiles. They're all finding their targets. That's good. But there's a lot of debug bugs. Oh. I remember I had a similar problem not long ago. I believe the problem was tied to how basically somewhere in here one of the clients is trying to access a node which only exists on the server. That's the best way I can describe it. Instead of its own local node. I think I will try to fix that on my spare time, like in the evening today, because it's tedious, it's boring. Maybe I can show something slightly more interesting here. Let's see. Any 30. See that the actual missile launcher fires as well when we get a bit closer. Yeah, okay. So we didn't really add much extra logic. That we did change. The piercing projectile does not disappear when first hitting an enemy. This issue we didn't get yet, but it will be something I have to think about. I think the most basic iteration of or version of the piercing homing projectile is complete. Except the debugging that I have to fix. Right, the pool manager. So I'm just gonna put a sweater. Okay. So I do have pools already in the game. Some I use to spawn enemies, some I use to spawn mining blocks, and basically I just have to extend the logic of that one, or I have to make pools for the missiles and the impact effects. I have the explosions, those I need. Then I need the rockets for the missile launcher, and I need the new piercing projectiles. So how the pool works is that when the game starts, basically it's gradually filling instances of like different objects. Like let's say I have to spawn like 100 mining blocks at once. It might create a little bit of lag, but using a pool, I can already create all the mining blocks so they're stored in memory, which means when I'm gonna instantiate the scene, like or add it to the scene tree rather, it already exists, so the workload is much smaller. This is especially important if I'm gonna have some weapons that fire very rapidly. So maybe I'll spawn very many missiles in a very short time. Then it's good to have them already loaded. Let's see. My pools are based on like dictionaries. It's super easy to expand. I use a couple of variables, such as how many instances do I want to store in the pool before I stop filling it. Also, I tell the pools how many instances I should fill every round, you could say, because I believe it's every second or so that I fill the pools. Yeah, every 1 second. Basically, it checks, do we have enough enemies, for example, in the enemy pool? And if we don't, it just fills it up 10 at a time. Let's do projectiles. Start with missile. Then we go missile scene. You have to add it up here. Missile. Packed scene. And we preload this one. And we do homing projectile. And finally, the explosion effect. Reload, explosion. That. Just gonna bring these names down here so I have them. We're gonna make 1, 2, 3 instances. First the missiles. Let's pool 100 of them. Next the homing projectiles. I think I'm gonna probably not have too many of those, but let's just keep it default for now. And finally, explosion effect. Should scale pretty similarly to missiles, since there's 1 explosion per missile. Meaning we should probably store about 100 of those as well. Explosion effect. Homing projectile. Like so. Alright. Missile, homing projectile, explosion effect. So then we just copy paste some nice code over here. And we go to our missile launcher. Then we do missile, get pulled object missile. Look at that. Pool manager, isn't that like a, can't I just do it like that? Yeah. It's a preload. So. Now let's see. Will it still fire? Nope. That's because it's probably. Is the missile a node 3D? I think so. Yeah, good. Then we copy this, we go to our this was the missile launcher. We have a homing projectile. No. Let's see. Weapons. Machine gun, machine launcher. Piercing homing weapon. There we go. Here. Missile node 3D. In our pool manager, we see it's called homing projectile. Like so. Let's see if that works. These timing issues are sometimes so annoying. Let's see. It's gonna use unless the missile spawn inside an enemy, it's not gonna use it the first frame, so what is it saying here? It's saying that no, this actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. Wait. Layer. And what he entered. area target selector. Piercing homing weapon, range zone. Body entered, connect. On the range zone, body entered. Okay. Looks good. I don't know. Well, it could be on another script as well, of course. So another place. Like I wish it. Maybe it does tell me where it happens. No, I wish it told me like which node ran into this issue. See if I target something else, click this, go here, click it, hammer. It doesn't choose it in the scene view. Could be the only thing I did change was the projectile, right? Down here, like this. Copy that. Save. Missile scene. No? Not instantiate null. Rather. Here. Homing projectile. Boom. Run it. Okay. This works. But it can't be. It has to be the homing projectile that is being spawned, I think. Suppose we can check it by printing so far so good. Let's see, how far does it get? So far, so good. 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. Output. Only 1. Okay. So So far. This one ran. This one did not. When we add the missile to the tree. Okay. Homing project. Did I add the wrong scene maybe in the pool? Homing projectile template. Homing projectile. Yeah, I did add the wrong one. Good. That only leaves us with explosions. So we will copy this again. The explosions are spawned from the missile itself. Explosion. Wow, big explosion. And then explosion node here. What we want is explosion node to be now. Let's just double check pool manager's name. Explosion effect. Okay. Like that. Oh, wrong way. Oops. Yes. Looks good. Let's see. Player. Piercing homing weapon. Damage. 20. Wait, the damage is still 100 on a lot of these. Did I something wrong here? Damage is 20. Piercing homing weapon. Initialize with damage. Then we go to missile in the missile. This one. Initialize. to receive the damage. The third one. Mm-hmm. Damage equals missile damage. I'm guessing this is like another issue from using shared scenes, or like copy pasting scenes, or I don't know. You wouldn't think this would be a resource though, right? Like a variable I created. Apply hit with the damage. What could be happening though is maybe it applies multiple times. Nah. See. Set the damage to like 1. Okay. See. Yeah, maybe 5 are flying around. It actually does 20 now. What? Did it not update last time? Save it. Play it. Maybe I didn't save it, but I thought it would autosave when I pressed F5, you know? Okay, so it just wasn't updated. Good. That's the pool. Just double checking I did the explosion. Yeah. No. Good. Let's see. Missile. Missile explode. Yes. Get pooled object. Good. Enemy template. Oh, but these templates, man. So what was the real issue? When I created a template for the area of effect, which stores targets for missiles and other things. And I use this script, this area, multiple places. Then the way that I changed the range of this area was the radius of it. But changing the radius of the area was like changing a resource which applies to all existing instances of this area thing. So if I am to use any template, the template itself shouldn't include anything that I changed the mesh, changed the radius, stuff like that. If it does, then I would have to safeguard it by doing something like create the unique version of the collider, for example, and then change the radius. So what other options do I have? I can make classes. Let's say I have an enemy movement class, right? Then if that keeps the logic for the movement of the enemy, I might have to make a reference to the actual enemy character body and pass it to the class, but to the function in the class, I guess. Yeah. So the class can keep functions. So if I have a class of enemy movement that has all the logic, the enemy movement node, when I create them, would probably be like extend enemy movement, or however you call a class. And then in the physics process, I would probably just call the movement function from the class. Possibly give a instance of the enemy or a reference to the enemy character body in the call. Classes are nice because if there are certain functions that I need to have on every enemy, I will never forget it if it's in a class. And if I need to make changes that counts for all enemies, a new type of movement or something I want to use. Maybe the previous movement was like laggy or something. Then I just change the class and it applies to all enemies using that class. It's at times like these that I wish I worked with someone that knew what they were doing. I could know what the best practice were or the normal thing to do or my options, or that I had some experience from like a professional game that just that I had worked with this before and actually knew what was best. Because I think I think I have multiple ways of creating a template for myself that I can execute right now. But the question is it gonna be correct? Mm. Let's do a thought exercise here. Let's say I'm gonna make a new version of this enemy, right? Then I have to check like what do I need, what don't I need from these things. Copy paste what I need. Do I need this? Do I need this? Like I would maybe duplicate the enemy and then change the mesh, add more meshes, do whatever like that. Fix the collider. Don't know if these are. This may be a bit outdated, this synchronizer. This looks like variables the host should care about and no one else. Movement, door alive. Door alive. If door alive, physics process, run by a server. Physics process. Yeah, this is a bit outdated code, whatever. I'm gonna look back at any code from 2, 3, 4 months ago, you know, and it's gonna be, I want to make changes, but I shouldn't change everything. If it works, it works. Can do it better next project. This is fast. Physics process. Let's see if it's set. Physics process to multiplayer server. Like that. Let me skip this. Okay. If door is alive. Door alive. And this is also only server. Server. Okay, only server. And what else was it? Enemy's movement. Okay. So enemies attacking. Physics process run by all. Attack animation. Okay, so this is run by all. But of course, you could just run this on the server and RPC call the animations. Movement is pretty straightforward. Tweak certain things like speed and such. Same with health. Attack animation, I don't know. This doesn't exist yet. Enemy death. Also pretty straightforward. I think it's good enough. What we currently have as our basic enemy. Just name this something like basic enemy. So what about all this movement? Okay, so the enemies have a lot of scripts here. Make folder. All of these things we put in the basic enemy tab, like that. Now, when we make a new enemy, we just reuse stuff from here. That way, there will be like classes almost, because all the enemies use the movement script, for example. Definitely difficult to work with, trying to make templates, making things scale well. But we will have a great opportunity to test it right away, because next thing on our list is to make a boss enemy. So just a simple, large, sturdy boss with 3 weak points that each can be broken. Recreate basic enemy. Be step 1. Once we recreate the basic enemy, add 1 large hurt box, main hurt box, I guess, and 3 critical zones, hurt boxes. Add extra code to destroy critical hurt boxes when damaged more than 20% of total enemy health. Something like that. Yeah, this will be a good exercise to see if we can figure something out. First things first. Let's make everything a very clean slate here. Make a 3D scene. Let's make sure we always use the same root node at least, which is then character body 3D. Change type, character body. It's fine. We call this boss 01. Now we have the enemy script. Oh, then we need movement attack. I guess they can just be node 3Ds, right? Or should we follow what's here, maybe? This one might have some references. Node, array 3D. Bird box meshes. Okay. Understand. Change type. Node. Movement. New node. Attacking. Okay, new node. Health. Health, movement, attacking. Okay. Floating text display. Now, how does that work? That should be like this one, all right. It's fine. Call the hurt box. Not node. Not Death Note, but Death Node. Let's see. Okay. Looks good so far. Boss. Movement. Attacking. Okay, so we need bird box, which is area 3D. Let's do a sphere. Let's make a massive ball as a boss. So, do mesh. You could also make a physical collider so the player can go through this one. It's a boss. Maybe we wanna do that. We do sphere mesh. CSG sphere, that sounds correct. Has no shape. Ah, yeah. My bad. Collision. Here. Okay. Add this one as well. Collision shape. Here. What's wrong? Area, static body, rigid body, character body. Okay, so it's gonna stay right here. Physical collider. This one. Smash. And main art box. Too bad I can't have it as a child there as well. Oh well. Main heart box and then maybe No, that doesn't work either. Okay. This one I can put here. I can do another mesh. Do here. Do transform. Do 0.25 minus 5. Oh no. Oh, okay. I would like it a little more to the middle, to be honest. How about 0.2? Bit further down. How would I divide it by three spheres here? I'd have to use math, I guess. Point 0.5, yes. So 288. Yeah. Should do it in this order, right? And 0.25. The first one, 0. Second one, minus 0.25. Third one, 0.25. Okay. Whatever, that's fine for now. Yes. Perfect. Vertical mesh 1. Vertical mesh 2. Vertical mesh 3. Area. Followed by collision shape. Here. Okay, good. delete. Right now, what I'm doing with these main hurtbox lock-on node, it's basically the same as the main body, but it's slightly bigger, and it's going to be transparent and only visible when the player presses like a lock on button, which locks all your target weapons to target one thing. Hmm. Okay. Make sure these are slightly bigger. Good. Oh. To make a material for them. Transparency should be alpha. Color. Fine. 100. Okay, so that unfortunately didn't work. Duplicating was a bad idea. What about copy pasting? That also a bad idea. See material. Form. Here. Yeah, that's also a bad idea. Good to know. Now, hopefully, I change the material of this one. It doesn't change the other one here. Okay, good. Good. critical hurt box. Mesh. Both of these should be sphere. All three of these should be size 0.1 larger. The material should be transparent. Color yellow. Maybe like 100. Why didn't it change this one? Yeah. Okay, good. I should probably just put like make some materials already that is like default for different hurt boxes, crits and not, so that I don't have a lot of extra work when I have to replace them later. I will do that shortly. Okay. Something like this I think is fine. Let me find all hurt boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We add it. No? Okay. So, movement, speed, 3. See. Enemies, boss. Okay. Attack animation player. Ooh. Hmm. Nodes to disable. Bird boxes, I suppose. Let me just see. Move, attack. And hurt boxes. Okay. Oh. Okay, movement and attacking are disabled. And these hurt boxes, now they should probably be renamed something like critical hurt box. Area 3D. Heals. Um, 01. Okay. All of these hurt boxes. Good. See. Collide. You should have layer hurt box. While the boss be enemy. Oh yeah, I should make a pool instance of the boss. Nah. Do I have to do that? It's only one enemy. Oh. Maybe if there's an endless mode and you spawn multiple bosses or something. Maybe. Enemy equals the I guess that's a packed scene. Is it this script? Boss. Oof. Scene. Dot instantiate. Perhaps. Character. See that? I don't remember exactly. Let's see. Transform. Do I set position? Can I just do global position? Enemy dot. equal 0, 30, 0. A vector. Something like that. Okay. Now let's make this boss a beefy boy. 2000. Okay. Movement speed 3. What did I call the? Made a new name. Basic enemy. There we go. Are you guys ready to see a big boss? Well, it's very tiny right now, I think, to be honest. No. Cannot call method instantiate on a null value. We have the packed scene. Boss 01 is packed scene with root node character value. Maybe we have to like boss 01 packed scene spawner, enemy spawner, boss 01. Okay. Can be assigned to mesh instance 3D. Okay, so I added this by a mistake to a mesh. Which one? True, these should be... Actually, all of these were wrong. That one was correct. Here. Bird box. There we go. And then... for all of these, have the health node. Floating text node. And then the hurtbox mesh will be different for everyone. That's why I write mesh. Okay, so just okay. Back animation. One error. Okay. Oof. Okay, that's loud. Sorry. Am I blind? I'm trying to see. The sound here, decibel. Oh, sounded like we could do -50. Not sure if that's correct, but okay, that's number 2. It's number 1. Okay, let's hope I don't blow up anyone's ears. Okay. So first off, pulse. You should be moving much slower. Secondly, you should be much bigger. Thirdly, you should spawn way higher. Why is it? I did spawn too. Now that I think about it. Okay. Okay, so now he's gonna attack. Maybe. No, he doesn't attack the dome. Let's see. His machine gun. They have an impact effect. Let's see. Impact. Gun impact. Hit something else. So There's a couple of problems there. Probably the first one being groups. Groups? This one is an enemy. That is correct. This one, the enemy hurt box. That is correct. Ah, but this is the basic enemy. Here, groups, enemy. And then we have hurt box, critical hurt box. All of these. I have to do them one by one. Okay. I believe it's like this, enemy underscore hurt box. Yes. Hurt box. Hurt box. Hurt box. So that's an enemy. That's something else. Okay, so the basic enemy. Looks like it's getting confused because these are doesn't have the enemy parent maybe. If I do it like this. Oh, oops. I still hit something else. Okay, now he's attacking the shield. He broke the shield. There it hit the portal, it disappeared. Okay, that's good. Spawn it at 60. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. So I can hit the weak points. I wonder if I should show the damage numbers a bit differently on bosses like this. Like, but not easy to see the damage numbers above. Okay. Lock on. In order for the lock on to, it's supposed to glow the hitbox. But then I'm gonna need to access these meshes, and I'm gonna have to put on some mission, I think it's called. Bird box, mesh. Material, mission on, and then color. What did I do here? Oh, Ah, I searched. Okay, that's what's going on. Now with the mission, hopefully we can see parts glow. This one is not. There was one of them that didn't glow at least. Mesh, mesh, mesh. Mission on. Yellow. Save. It does glow now. Maybe not noticeable enough, but it does glow. Okay, okay. Ooh. Okay, so add extra code to destroy the critical hurt boxes when damaged more than 20% of the enemy total health. See. So this part should be Q freed when it took a certain amount of damage. We could use signal. We could send the hurt box in question to the health where the calculation happened. I think signal might be nice. What's good about the signal is that we don't really write much specific code. So when we reuse this hurtbox for another purpose later, then we don't have to adjust the code much, if that makes sense. Like, I want this hurtbox to be one of the core functions that I can just copy paste onto every enemy. With that in mind, let's give it a go. So I did make a little list of how to make a signal right here. Common code for signals. Signal. Hurtbox damaged. And then I guess we do damage. Here, apply hit. Health node dot change, blah blah blah. Like all of this should be connected to the signal anyways, to be honest, but yeah. So this is our damage taken. Like that. Emit signal. Hurtbox damage, total damage. Like so. As I said, this health node change, health, and this floating text, it should all be connected to the signal. One thing at a time though. Let's go to our critical mesh here and make a new script. Like this. And then we can do port var critical hurtbox, or just hurtbox, I guess. On ready, we can do hurtbox dot the signal name. Was it hurtbox damaged or something? The box damage, connect. Update damage taken. See. And then we also have boss max health. I think it's a float. It's an int. Should be a float maybe. I don't know. Ints are cheaper to calculate with, but depends. Should it be a float? Should it be a int? Now, let's see. First, we reference the health node. Then we do max health, I believe it was called. Yes. Double check what happens if I make a float and set it equal to variable holding an integer, e.g. health equal 100. Okay, should work fine. That's good. So then we can say total damage taken. We can track it. Self damage taken. I don't know, something like that. Like this. Now, when we take damage on the hurt box, it should update. I took 10 damage, and it should aggregate. And if it goes above and beyond, let's say, if self damage taken is larger than the boss max health, divided by 5, something like that. Make you free. Are we going to explode? Something like that. Update damage taken. Does this run only for the server? Let's see. Might have to RPC this. This only runs by the server, so the signal will never be emitted by a random player. That's good. Guess we can add some print statements for now. Print damage taken. Box damage connect. Okay. This one. You need both the hurt box and also the health node. Like that. Okay. Like that. Oh, oops, did I fly inside him? Oh. Did he die? That reset his health somehow. Yeah, I think so. That was random. Okay. Still? Really? Max health 2000. Save. This is the boss. Maxell 2000. Okay. Those. Okay, it's looking fine. Oh, that one works. Of course, there's only one of them I added the script to. Ah, there it blew up. Yeah, and then I have to make sure that I don't try to queue free on something that is already gone in the death script. If hitbox. Should probably just signal for the hitbox to get removed. Okay, so now that one died. See if it gets to the door. It's still gonna bug. That's fine. Good. It's spamming a lot of hit enemy. That's don't need to see that every time. Hit enemy. Go away. Okay. How much damage does these machine guns do? Player. They do 5 damage. So here. That's fine. Critical mesh. It should send the total damage though. Is it not multiplying it? No, it's not. Target glow. Put it at 16. Then it should light up like a Christmas tree. Okay. This one as well can be bigger. Okay. What did we call this script? Critical mesh. We add it to this one, and we add it to this one. We connect the hurt box. and the health node. Bird box. Health node. We set the health to 6,000. And try. Did I damage multiplier 2, 2, and 2? Okay. Didn't look like it was adding. Like it was working on all of them. Okay. That one works. That one works. This one doesn't work. Okay. Two of them worked. Critical hurt box. Critical hurt box. Critical hurt box. Are the bugs right now? It's looking for. Okay, that fixed it. I can target that one. The missile should now fly into that, hopefully. I still have to fix the lock on the missile. Okay. Player. lock on possible. Let's do it for the homing weapon as well. Okay. Yeah, now the missile went correctly. Right. So I usually eat dinner with my family at 4:30. I'm about to wrap things up shortly. We got pretty far today, like we got a lot of things crossed off the list, and some of them are like I have to debug for probably a few hours to fix some of the stuff. Like it's not tested thoroughly everything, but still I think we got a lot done today. I think tomorrow we will look at the piercing homing projectile to make sure it completely flies through the enemy before it turns around. So it, like on the boss, it wouldn't do damage more than once because it would stay inside the boss and just fly around in there. So yeah, piercing homing projectile tomorrow, and then create a few boxes where I can upgrade the weapons, fire rate, damage, I don't know, things like that. Range, maybe. And once I did those things, I believe I will try to like balance how many iron ore spawns versus how many rocks spawns, and how fast you should fly in the beginning, how fast you should mine in the beginning, how big the upgrades are, how much the upgrades are gonna cost for the pickaxe, for the jetpack, for the weapons, and then put on some wave timers for enemies, and try to get like a proper game feel. Just try to make something playable, and something that maybe some of you guys or maybe some of my friends would want to try and give some feedback. So maybe we can start that playtest process, like preparing towards a playtest already tomorrow. If not, I'm pretty sure we can start building towards that on Wednesday. You can see Swabe Games on YouTube. Subscribe there if you want to follow. There I post every vlog. Or you could follow on Twitch if you want to see. And maybe in a month or two, I have a bit more of a beta game going, hopefully. It was really cool to have a raid today. Never had that before. It's fun to see that a few of you chose to stick around still for all these hours. So thank you for that. And hope you all have a nice evening. Right, that's it. Good night.